Hello, hello, everybody.
Hi.
We're here again. We're here again today for more fun and games. I'm gonna invite you to party. But we're here for more fun and games. More post work is gonna be done today.
Yay.
More post things. Doing the post, man. Doing the posty posts.
Should I change my colors?
I don't know. Do you want to?
I could. Make it more Halloween-y.
I don't really have a Halloween outfit to wear, so this is me. This is me.
I mean, I just painted my costume to be orange. It's pretty much it. But I could... This is my first time actually talking to this guy, so as once did this very realm. From the darkest depths of unseemly ugliness shall you rise anew. Prepare yourself. Customizing your appearance, you'll be unable to communicate with players or engage in other activities. Okay.
He's getting lost and messing with himself. That sounds weird.
Yeah, that sounded weird. Okay, those are the spots. I think I'll leave the spots as is. Or... No, yeah, I'll do black.
I checked your stream. I can also hear you talking.
Okay, good.
I'm being useful, doing testy things. Well, just chilling here. Hi guys. We're just chilling. I don't know what to do. I'm just here.
Can I not do skin color?
I've been working on my fishing, if that counts. I've been fussing with my fishing. So I'm getting somewhere. I'm at 50 now. I've just been kind of doing like levy quests and stuff like that to level up my fishing. I'm not really sure what you do with fishing, to be honest.
Okay, that's sucks.
So I got like a bunch of fish in my inventory that I don't know what to do with as well, which is great. And a bunch of fishing bait now, some new fishing bait that I don't know what to do with as well. We're doing good. We're doing good over here. I need to get better gear, but I don't want to spend the money on better gear because I know I have gear I can wear when I hit like, it's not even 60, I think it's like 58 or 56 or something like that. I'll have gear that I can put on. So I just have to get 6 more levels and I'll have gear. So I might just have to get to that.
Well, shoot.
What's wrong?
Can't change this. Can't change my skin color.
Oh, is it the only thing you can't change?
Yeah.
Well, pumpkin can be green.
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna go with green and orange. Should I do the stripes or?
I have no idea.
I don't know either. Oh well, this is the best we can do. Dang it.
It's like, I have no idea what to tell you there. I am just chilling here. I like this top though. I need the rest of this. I think I can dye the top. I can. Oh, okay. Well, while we're waiting for Greg to get here. Maybe like a nice. Ooh, the burgundy is nice. Ooh.
If only I had. Actually.
Ooh. Yeah, like a dark brown. Or like a gray is nice. Just black itself is also nice. Oh, this maroon's kind of nice though too.
Kind of sucks I can't change my eye color either.
The shiny is a little too much. I don't think shiny would. Whoa. That dark purple is dark.
Barely a difference between those two. I think what we have is probably as good as we're gonna get, pumpkin-wise.
I'm just having fun looking at colors now. I'm waiting for you.
Where once stood a disheveled shell of a man, there now shines a beauty reborn.
Just be bright yellow.
Oh well.
I wonder how expensive the general black is. Almost like the off, like a brown or something though.
Okay, so I'm gonna meet you in Limsa.
Oh, the brown looks like the same as the thing. Yeah, I'm just over here.
Okay. Game's taking a while to load into Gridania.
Oh, look how bad that looks. It's kind of funny to give it the metallic just because I feel like it looks really bad. So it's funny to look at it like that.
What looked really bad?
Oh, I'm just trying different colors on this on the shirt.
Oh.
I was waiting for you. I think a nice dark color really does it well.
Because that armor top, it's like very wandering sword for hire.
Yeah, it does kind of have that feel, doesn't it?
Like,
I figured while you were doing your stuff, I would just look at colors that I could make this
there we
top.
go. I am a nice pumpkin-y color. Pumpkin. Did it kick me out of group when I did that?
No, we were just in another. Unless you did accept the group when you were.
I did.
Or
at least I thought I did.
Oh, then I guess it did kick you out. And the answer is yeah, no, it kicked you out.
Okay. Well, Alphino, what's up?
All right, guys, we're actually doing actual work now.
Yep.
Time for me to try to read. All right. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that the wholesaler of the crystals have recently arrived in Linz and Limonza, offering wares at price far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction, and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at the
Your guess is as good as mine.
Ashian embrace in Lower Lenosa shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. Okay.
I don't know. I feel like maybe Graha would have been better suited for that, because I don't know how many people know who Graha is. I feel like everyone knows who's in the Scions.
You would think so, but you know.
Okay, so anyway, we have to go.
We can just go from the upper decks to. What zone is this? Lower Lenosa? So is there one of these that says like Lower Lenosa? Yeah, we want that one. Okay, let me turn the light on real quick. Hold on, one sec.
Okay.
I need light. It's already kind of getting dark out. Alright. Did I lose you? Alright, here we go. It appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck.
Wait. He truly is in league with the bloody executioners. He will surely be wary of those allied scions, not least of all. Thank you.
Look, they're gonna do what you said.
It's like Alphino, unless you're going in disguise, everyone's gonna know who you are. Compared to yours and Gwen's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of the buyer.
Graha is right. Even if we aren't recognized on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with the society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well, I'll leave it to you, Graha.
Yeah, Alphino, you gotta look the part.
Yeah, you kinda, you know.
This isn't a video game where you can just go around dressed as you like.
I got business with me, Catboy.
You're the crystal wholesaler? That smile.
That I am. But you're no merchant. And what do you want crystals for?
Oh,
Look at us, you idiot! You'll give yourself away! Ah, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? And you need the crystals to make staffs like the fine specimen you got there?
That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you to show me your wares.
Well, we don't invite just anybody into the storehouse. Takes time to establish trust, you understand?
Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price.
Alright, it's plain that it's no ordinary crystal adorning your staff, so I'll make an exception. Come with me. Yeah, I'm pretty sure he's gonna take you out back, hit you over the head and steal your staff, but okay.
Fucking... Hey. Guys, I
like,
did it!
I did it!
Not in
like,
the open?
It seems to be working. Let's follow them.
Guys, you haven't said anything about my Halloween colors. I feel like none of you are paying attention to me.
I know, I feel so un-Halloween-y. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh. Hey, what perfect timing. I got the Halloween mount on right now.
Oh.
Yay! It's the best time of the year. Spooks and goblins and... Shut up, phone. Can't tell me what to do. Can't tell me I'm bad. I know I'm bad.
They went into the tunnel, quietly now. Yeah, because this don't seem like a trap.
And then Graha's unconscious.
Oh, he actually believed him? I'm amazed.
Yeah.
I am quite amazed. You won't find any nicer, especially not for the price.
Indeed. I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap?
There's nothing unlawful about 'em, if that's your worry. They're from Ogamoro, if you take my meaning.
Nope.
Stuff as pure as it gets, you won't be disappointed. So, how much do you want? Ogamoro, taken from kobolds, just as we suspected. Uh-oh. You're not really good at paying attention to behind you.
That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around slowly. I'm Sicard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are. Scion. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes with being the only true pirate crew left at Limsa. So we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for?
You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective. But that would explain your swift rise to power. You have spoken plain, and so I shall return the favor. We came here to learn why the Bloody Executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa Lomonsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth.
That's right. Just to remind you, though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it don't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet's 'cause we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Him especially. I'm guessing her especially. While the maelstorms were worrying about dirtying their fancy red clobbers, you lot stormed Gomaro and battered Bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them, but with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on except the beastmen. So, let us have that, eh? It's only fair. Contentious. Contentious though some may find your views, it is true that you have broken no laws.
Nope.
That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face. Unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsa Lominsa has some other cause to hide in a cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright. I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Astilica. I trust she won't turn down the invitation.
All right. Complete.
Yay.
All right, what's up, Alphino? I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsa Lominsa are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation has the desired effect, and Sicard has agreed to a meeting. Let's hurry back to Limsa Lominsa and pass on his invitation to the Admiral.
Okay.
Okay.
Do you mind if we just teleport because we're lazy son of bitches?
Ow. Wow.
Oh. He's gonna beat me anyway.
I beat
so
you
I'll
to
just
it.
wait.
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, bite my toe it.
I win.
Oh no.
Okie dokie, waiting for the thing to load.
Loady.
Alright, so where do we go? We just go this way?
Oh man, loading into Limsa is taking a while today.
Yeah. Look at all that lag.
Up we go. Time to talk to the Admiral. Time for me to slaughter her voice.
You're pretty close.
Welcome back, my friends. What news? I'm not even close. What are you talking about? But fine. So, they have been stealing crystals from the kobolds. My thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sicard's invitation, and I would have you join me as a guest. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting. I would have the Scions prepare to bear witness.
Yeah, because he's definitely not gonna, try to betray them. There's not gonna be no backstabbing.
Nothing bad is going to happen, no.
Voice
Look
acting.
who's come crawling!
Oh, I think it is.
Traitor!
You can shove your piece!
Welcome aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't remember me. Sicard, acting captain of the bloody executioners, at your service.
Okay.
'Twas kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen. Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce. The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive, like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a Kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
Rousing words. Might even be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Mincins here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us? Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel. Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
He's gonna cheat. Just waiting for it. This is like a strange little side thing that's going on.
Yeah.
It's like after everything we've gone through, it's like the weird little piece of just like kind of normalcy is strange. Damn. Okay, that's cool. Oh, she aimed down too. She moved her gun down and shot.
Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
Oh. It's like, you lost, dude. Oh shit, is it the actual captain?
Yeah, I believe it's the actual captain.
It's the captain!
Oh shit. He in trouble.
Captain Elfair! Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed.
He's like, God, just try to rest. Damn it.
Trying to
Listen
sleep.
well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Lemsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
Uh-oh. They're in trouble.
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what you are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of you.
Then what are we?
You can
You
do
bloody
anything you
idiots!
want. Be anything you want.
We're not pirates, then what are we? You bloody
Pirates,
idiots!
And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You've the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
So this whole thing was was
You have
literally
my
all
thanks,
for naught, is
Sophie.
what
Yeah.
I mean.
Like, one dumb kid gets a little bit of power.
Poor guy.
It goes to his head.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow.
He's like, Miss Beard is gone as he looks directly
There'll
at
be
him.
stormy seas ahead, no doubt.
Because I'm pretty sure we
But
learned
I'm
before that
trusting ye to
he's Miss
steer us
Beard.
through to the other side.
I don't remember any of this.
I kind of remember it of them of having like this part where, but it might have been part of starting out in this zone that I'm remembering.
Probably.
Since this was the zone I started in, maybe that's why I know that. I don't know. I think I'm right. I might be wrong. I might be completely wrong. But I'm
don't
pretty
know.
sure he was like Miss Beard or something. He was a pirate as well. He was a big bad pirate at one point.
Anyway.
Yeah. Though I anticipated a duel, I did not foresee the Hilfer would intervene. I am full glad that that he did. 'Twould been a shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp has learned a valuable lesson, and we have made peace among ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbors. Okay, I don't know what any of these things are.
Let's see. Determination, critical hit.
Sure.
Crit.
It's a high chance I'm never actually going to even use those, so. At some point, I probably should learn what gems I'm supposed to be using. I'm just, like, waiting for one of my friends to be like, you dummies. Oh, wait! I think I missed the first one. Is it now I need hardly?
I haven't clicked on it yet. Hold on.
Okay, good. I think
Now, yeah.
okay, good.
Oh,
Now
shit.
I hardly I need
I misclicked, so I accidentally skipped ahead.
I just love the shit. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to navigate the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can first be wrestled from the grip of their gods. And so, in the meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We will open his ears to reason. Hopefully. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there is something you should know. Some 50 years passed, when the Shadowbringers swarmed at our halls in the ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a covenant with the kobolds. Two men shall go to the bounty of the sea, the kobolds shall go to the bounty of land. An obstinately equitable arrangement, conspicuous lacking in detail. Yeah, that was, sure. A. Inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous. We took advantage of it, moving in to the claim of the northern reaches of Lenosa, which the kobolds believed theirs. Bloodshed followed. Then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till even Elm of Vibrand, I don't know, bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand. It is the present, fresh and raw, and with their kindred blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trust, even should we cure their tempered.
Admiral, speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting. But as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place.
And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them and personally deliver the cargo along with my apologies.
Fate. They would welcome us in their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy.
Aye, and given the wealth of crystal we bring, I will wager they will attempt to summon Titan there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch, and he will not be alone. Nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet, a single death on the kobold side would jeopardize our chances at peace, and there my venture flounders.
Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm.
Artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life. That would serve. Well done, Marshal. So, friends, what think you of our strategy?
The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of aether to reverse its effects, not to mention time.
Time during which Elisay would be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I am not convinced that we can keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take that risk. It's not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesseline would do. And, had I not followed her example, we wouldn't have a cure for tempering. much less a chance to bring peace to the Valbrand. So I'm going to cure that priest, or die trying.
Damn, damn, bam.
I believe in you. I believe in a thing called LSA. Boop, 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 boop.
You're calling Alice a thing? How could you?
And I believe in you too, you and everyone. I know that you'll keep me safe.
She's a strong, independent woman who don't need no Lightbringer.
It is settled then. See to your preparations and make for the camp overlook. We will join you there anon. Alright. Let's fucking do this! Bam, 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 bam! Let's go! Everybody rumble! Boop, 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 boop.
Alright. Where are you?
I might be slowly losing it. It's fine. It's been a day.
Okay. Here we go.
Okay. Teleport us away!
Teleport. Oof.
Nice.
It's thought of something.
Hmm?
Oh, there was an orange metallic. Ooh.
Oh dear.
If I had done this in orange metallic.
There is general use metallics that you can pick up from the auction house, if anything.
Yeah.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Havana wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on all of you to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task.
Indeed. And should you want for Aether, you need only say the word.
Hey! Gabu, did you follow us here?
There's something important that I want to say to the High Priest. Express, state, say. Please, let me come with you, please.
Oh my god, if they kill Gabu after all the work we did. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me that you'll stay here where it's safe. Alright?
No.
My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zada of the Second Order, who awaits our pleasure in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to Ugamor Mines at once. I probably slaughtered that, it's fine.
It's fine. It's okay, no one's paying attention.
Who did bad in English? It's me!
Okay.
So it's back inside the area.
Yeah, probably.
Oh, I think that's that area that's blocked off, or you have to go around to get to it.
Probably. And we'll probably have to leave group.
Yeah, it's most likely one of those ones we're gonna have to leave group for. Oops.
Oh, should... No, is this not
Oh,
right?
yep, it's glowing.
Okay.
This Aetherite will bear us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan as anticipated, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose, and we will have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alice's work is done. But remember, none must die. We weaken them and let Alizra do the rest. It is time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters behind the squabble.
Alright, here we go. Let's do this.
Bessie, you're gonna have to let me go.
Wow.
I'm going to have to do things. I've been sitting here petting him the whole time. And so I pulled my hand away to try to like be able to do stuff, and he's like, no, and he grabbed it and pulled it back over to him. Like, no. No, you can't. He's like, I've decided I need love and attention now.
Up with corpses for no reason.
Oh
Greetings,
god, it's the corpse of the
Patriarch.
parent still just sitting there in the corner.
I am Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
Oh my god, I think it is in the same place. I think it's his freaking parents. Because it's like in the same place as I think they were before.
Foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Now, Alice! Quickly!
You
Now
don't
how?
need to tell me.
How am I supposed to do this without killing
Let none
people?
pass. We must grant her
Or
as
is it
much
just
time as
cutscene?
we can.
I'd assume we have to fight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Pretty much we're just weakening him for the one guy to do the thing he just did.
Okay.
At least that's what the plan was.
Good.
Alright, everyone, come to me! Oh.
Well, I guess we have to wait for a bit for stuff to happen.
The girl seeks to harm the patriarch, the vile magics!
We must protect Alice!
Oh.
There.
You're in my sights.
Oh,
It's her.
yeah.
You kind of want to make sure they're standing in it, pretty much, when she does that.
I'm not.
There.
You're in my sights.
I'm just AoEing like crazy.
Yeah,
and then
I'm
making
just.
sure they're
I don't
standing
quite
in the
understand
stuff.
because we were told not to kill, but looks like that's what we're doing anyway.
Well, maybe we're actually not actually killing
Oh,
them.
okay, yeah, there we go.
I think we were killing the golems. We can kill the golems, we just can't kill
Well, we
the
were
people.
also hurting the one guys.
Yeah. Go, Angelo! Go, Piggy!
It says
Opus
tempering
is-
is too severe. So one person's aether alone is not enough. Oh.
Just what we need.
Oh, we need a stack in this. Shoot.
Oh, you're a little bit ahead of me.
You're not alone.
Oh. Do I stand in both?
There.
Oh, don't stand in that, though.
Didn't know if I needed
You're
to
in
throw
my
a shield
sights.
on Alice, but I did anyway.
You're like, just in case. Oh,
Alright,
the inner
golem's
sights.
down.
Yeah.
Alphino, let us lend Alice our aether.
Here you are, Alize.
Right.
bombs. Oh no. Oh, they're slowly moving towards Alice H. Oh. Nice.
More! I need more
Got
ether!
all the little ones. Shit.
Just a little more!
Oh,
Staying in the way of the
hell.
big grenade. Make sure it hit. Oh, maybe I should have stood a little bit further away from him. My bad.
Oh. Oh no.
Yeah, how we just trying to murder them? Oh. Okay. I guess that works. Owie.
Still not enough.
Oh no, it's just got a little bit left. You need me to... Okay. How do I...
Oh, no,
Oh,
I
there we-
can't do anything.
You know, sick. Ow.
Oh no.
Oh. Oh no! Admiral's gonna take it. No! Someone help the Admiral. Oh no! Don't murder yourself, Admiral! Don't! You're sexy! Don't murder yourself!
No, don't do
You're
it,
beautiful
girl.
to die! I'm gonna move away from them. I feel like that's an idea.
Oh.
Ooh, don't be in that. Oh, don't be in that either. Uh-oh. Ow. I should have realized what was happening! Oh, my freaking debuff. My freaking... Tell you just always.
Yes, this will do.
Oh yeah, hold still for a bit. Oh, where is she? Where is she? Oh, there she is.
Go, Angela!
I was like, I've lost her. Where was she? I would hope so. It's only got 25 left. She should be able to do it this time.
It's so bright.
Did it work?
What?
Oh, I was supposed to click.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Just gonna wait a little bit.
Oh, I'm there already.
I know. I'm just waiting.
Oh.
You can keep going.
Oh, okay. Oof. I'm pretty sure that's the parents.
Because the parents would have been there for years at this point.
Why would I do such a thing?
Would that there
They're
were
like,
a
"You
cure
told
for the
us to."
victims of the Tempered.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
Oh.
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen. The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it, and you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already, so please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples.
You made an oopsies.
For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact! Violated, breached, broke! Unready as we were, What choice had we but to call upon the Divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None. And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman.
Yeah.
Just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us!
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
Oh boy.
This is pretty tense.
Yeah.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
Because I killed his parents. Sorry.
It's okay. I was about to say, I missed. I don't know how to use. Let me try again.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Yeah, we'll help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet in thrall to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
What a lovely moment. Okay. Oh, I guess we can join group again. Oh gosh, I can't click on you though.
Where's the button?
I did it. Alright. It would seem that we have found a way forward with the kobolds. Next, we will help the Second Order to free their tempered brethren from the thraldom. Theirs is far from the only order, of course. It will take no amount of time and effort to reach the rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead I will thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only for Limsa Lumensa, but for all Eorzea. Yay, we did it!
Yay! Completed! Alright, Alphabet, what's up?
Filters reran.
Alphabet soup. Oh, is it voice acted? Am I gonna have to pause?
Right.
Okay.
Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Oh, it is.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Uh-oh.
Breathe, man. What is it?
It's floating.
I think it's best you see for yourself. Please, come with me.
The floating city isn't floating anymore.
Oh no. What is it? Can the audience?
What in the
Something not
world
good.
is that?
Not good is what I'm guessing. Oh!
tower.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Well, that's not good.
Maybe?
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it.
I'm looking at it.
What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards.
Oh, cool. What's happening?
The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that doesn't sound good.
Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are on highest alert.
How did they get there?
Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
Let's complete it. Yay!
Woohoo!
Now what?
Now we go to bed. No. And that's all, folks.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye. What do we actually... we probably just need to go to Girabanya. Okay. Please? There. Okay, there we go. I did it!
Yay!
Woohoo!
Okay.
Alright, over this way.
Go talk to Lise.
Yeah.
So how
That'd be
boring were
neat.
those meetings?
Thank you for coming so soon.
Yay, more
Nice.
acting.
For
I'll
voice
send for
acting.
Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Rocket Preserve!
Huh? Oh!
It can't be.
The palace! After them!
Well.
But it's scurry.
I'm going. I don't want to go. I'm scared.
Alice, they scurry.
You're here, good.
My goodness. I guess he knows how to make an entrance?
Well, well, well! To be received by such an illustrious cast! Why, even the hero of the piece is here! I feel quite starstruck.
Is that... Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it! Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before.
Jesus Christ.
Permit me to introduce myself.
It's just
I
so
am
overboard.
Van Daniel, and may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
I'm the little kid that wasn't allowed to play with you guys, but now I get to.
Let's see. What do you want? The towers? What are they for?
What do you want?
Sure. You want, you little shit.
My, straight to business, is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Ascians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion? Admittedly, Elidibus was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire.
Like stupid dancey moves every time he does something.
Just so extra.
And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
So you want to die? Question mark?
What? Why would you want such a thing?
I'm mad.
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh, yes! I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering!
I guess this is what happens if you live forever.
I'm different, you see. From the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe. I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles.
Oh, good.
We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers and this very star our stage.
I'm guessing this is when all things shall go bad.
That thing doesn't have a head, I just realized. It's all just spikes.
Yeah.
Those wiggly things.
I guess maybe in there somewhere is a mouth, I guess.
Well, you can kind of see the bottom jaw.
I guess that's true.
Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos.
I would have thunk it.
While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Luna Bahamut, will burn your cities and everyone.
Okay.
Well, I guess Lunar Bahamut doesn't get to teleport. They gotta fly their happy ass
Everyone
around.
out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Like, wait for me!
Oh, I gotta fly all the way back.
I'm coming too.
I can't even see.
Alright, what's up, Lise? Thank goodness everyone's safe. We managed to put out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Robon, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. We need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you.
No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Merylwyn tells me, you're due some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest.
Okay. Very well. But if you need your help, don't hesitate. And take care, both of you.
Next quest. Rest.
Rest. Please rest.
Okay, Reverence Toll.
Yep. Oh, okay. Here's somebody.
I already beat you. Haha.
We.
Boop boop doo.
I'm waiting to load in. My loading is taking a little bit today.
Yeah. Watch out for the naked dragon boy with the Dragon Ball Z hair.
Yep. That is a thing that I just saw.
Yeah.
That is actually a thing I just saw. Yeah.
There's a nudist. Hey everybody, what's up?
We're here. Ah, good, you're back too. Good. We've received the report from the Alliance. Since we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Alamigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account. Sure.
And then this happened, and then that happened.
And then this happened? Oh.
Oh.
Make sure to unpause
Yeah.
stuff.
Make sure to pause.
No sooner... Oh, sorry. You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. No sooner do we overcome one problem than another appears. It would all seem tedious, predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes. This Fandinel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. Unhinged, perhaps, but no fool. For all of his Phantomin theatrics?
Pantomime theatrics.
Yeah, he gave away little about his plot. We know only that he intends to recreate the final days, and that the towers will somehow facilitate this. He called his dragon Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. And the creature did resemble the description I have seen of the Elder Primal.
That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandiel, would suggest that they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable that it is some manner of simulacrum born of Asian magics.
Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Jistola? I have been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quickly the immortal flames are disposed of their tempered, I judged it best to provide them with the cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I traveled to Yulda and delivered the proxies to Her Grace, alongside a detailed instruction on their use. You get a piggy and you get a piggy.
Oh, piggy, here you go.
Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flames have been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Amulja? I don't know.
Amalja?
When the Amaja? When the negotiations abruptly collapsed. The
Amalja.
Amalja claimed that a number of their kind had been abducted, and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the immortal flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fandel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn that they are not an exclusively an Orzia phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far as Anxi. Then it would seem that reasonably to assume that they are everywhere. We simply have not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we can do little but now save remain vigilant, and since we are dealing with a dragon, ostentatiously at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of authorities on such foes. Estinian! Yeah! Estinian? Now just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I would be the first to welcome it, but the truth is, we will struggle even to find him. No, you won't. Let me and Krill worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding, we have ways of locating him regardless. So, if there's no objections, we shall depart at once.
Bye.
I never know what Krill's voice was. I always forget. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of the proxies. Or porxies, I'm sorry. That would be doubtless appreciated, but might you consider taking a moment of rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the tasks ahead.
Sleep
Like,
on
oh,
the
let's fight
ride.
about this.
Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long.
Yep, that's for sure.
'Twas ever the way. The world often needs saving. Oh dear, are you not enjoying our adventure? And I really could have done with a rest.
Like, the world often needs saving. It's like, this is normal. Oh, well.
And save it we shall. I, for one, do not intend to allow nihilistic madmen to take us all to the grave with him. Not when the future holds so much promise. Nay, I will do all in my power to protect those whom I hold dear, just as you have always done.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. Oh, meanwhile, somewhere in the locks.
Ba-da-da-dum. You're listening to Pirate Radio.
Scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them.
Hey, voice acting again. Uh-oh.
The Scouts.
Thank goodness for that.
I don't know if you should be feeling okay about this. He does not look like he's okay.
Glory be.
Is he gonna stab Lise? Is that what's gonna happen?
Glory be to Garlemald!
Uh-oh.
Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace.
Xenos sits bored.
I'm bored.
Forever waiting.
The sword is boring. I'm bored of the sword. Everything's boring.
The piles
are
have been
they?
driven as
I'm
planned,
bored.
and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration.
Yeah, he's like, oh, so happy.
I took the liberty of informing him that you await his coming, though I confess, I may have singed him a little in the process.
And why do you tell me this?
It feels like he's trying to get more out of him than he just gets.
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me. Though,
there's a theater major there.
Yeah. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency. For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
Okay.
Guess he doesn't care about the sword anymore.
Nope.
We did it! Patch 5.4 is done!
Yay!
Yay, we can move it on to now 5.5!
Yay!
Yay!
Alisei is waiting patiently for the return of a certain scion. Not least of all you.
Good news, Gwen. Thancred and Naranje have finished their tour of Garlemald and are on their way back even as we speak. As we still haven't heard anything on the towers from the Alliance, I'm hoping they might be able to shed some light on things. They're due to arrive any moment now, so at least see what they have to say, eh?
No.
Just have my hand on the spacebar just in case.
Yeah.
Yep.
Dang it. Ah, welcome party. You needn't have gone to the trouble. From what I hear, you've been more than busy enough as it is. Honestly, you might have waited for me to return before discovering a cure for tempering. As it is, I can't even pretend to have been involved.
Well, if it ain't any consolation, I myself was little more than a spectator. The lion's share of the credit goes to Alice, Graha, and Gwyn. But I believe I speak for the rest of us when I say we are proud to have rendered what little assistance we could. As you will also have heard, though, it hasn't all been tales of triumph, just as we were taking a step towards finally addressing the primal threat. A pile of fresh problems landed in our lap. Anyway, it's good to have you back. Though I can't help but notice that you're one Orange short of a scouting party. You haven't lost him, have you?
Oh, I could lose him even if I tried. And I did try, repeatedly. But no, he decided to linger in Alamigo to appraise Rubahan and the others on how the land lies in Garlemald.
Then mayhaps you would do the same for us.
Indeed. It was just as Lys said, worse in fact. Devastation as far as the eye could see. Nerva and Ilrid, however, were notable by their absence.
Might they have met their end at the hands of Xenos and Vandaniel?
Perhaps. Or perhaps they simply lost the will to fight. You see, the capital has been plunged into a deathly silence, with one exception, the Imperial Palace. It was a busy place before the war, but it has grown busier still, with throngs of soldiers and civilians working their day and night to rebuild, or rather, transform it.
Transform it into what?
That is a difficult question to answer. The construction is vast and unsettling to behold. Like something from a nightmare, according to Oriange, certain aspects of its design were clearly devised with the manipulation of Aether in mind. Magic tech, in other words. Yet, as unnerving and as said edifice was, it was nothing next to the sight of its builders. They swarmed the place like so many insects, working with nary a word exchanged between them. No one overseeing construction, no one barking orders. It was as if they were possessed or tempered. We wanted to investigate more closely, but given our suspicions, it seemed wiser not to take the risk.
If Daniel could bind Bahamut to his will, might he have done the same with the people of Garlemald? Whatever the truth may be, the information is certain to prove valuable. You have our thanks.
Well, I'll be sure to save some for Oriange. Which reminds me, I have a message from Alamigo. Rubahan is hosting a meeting to discuss the latest findings of the towers, and he requested our presence.
Then why not leave that to us? You must be wary from your mission.
No, I'm fine. Those towers have been on my mind since I first spied one on the way back, and I'm keeping to get to the bottom of this.
It's okay. If that is the case, I shall stay and begin looking into another matter. I promise, Krell. We need not all attend. Very well, I suggest the rest of us make our way to the Alamigo forthwith. The sooner we leave, the more time we will have to speak with Orange before the meeting. Let's go!
Yeah. talking cat, here I go.
So, Talamigo we go?
Yep.
Aha!
Oh no. No, you beat me.
I did. Alright. Give us some cutscenes with actual words that we don't have to read. Some voices that is not ours.
Voice acting. Okay.
Alright. More us talking.
Oh. My friends, much and more have I have heard of your travels in our absence. Heartened am I to see you all hale and whole. As are we to see you safely returned from your mission, Oriange. I trust Thancred made you feel welcome. Well, if it isn't Alpha known as Merry Brand. Okay, yeah.
Arenvald? Is that
Yes.
what it was? Arenvald?
Yeah.
Arenvald, whatever brings you here. When we spoke via Link Pearl, you told me you'd be away on mission.
And who's to say this isn't part of it? But enough about that. Yeah, it's good to see you. You're looking so similar. I thought you'd have grown a bit taller after a whole year in another world, but apparently not.
I'm sorry to disappoint you. While my soul may be a year older, my body has hardly aged, as you are well aware. And may I remind you that we Elven are known to be late bloomers, especially in terms of our height. Mark my words, the day will come when even the great Orchons, such as yourself, will crane their neck to meet my eye.
Aye, 'twas not until my 20th summer that I myself outgrew my boyish proportions. Though Moonbrida towered over me nonetheless.
Arenvald brings out the best in Alphino, doesn't he? They both seem so at ease with each other's company. It's almost endearing. So what exactly brings you here?
Oh. Or Dole, mostly. We need to go over a few things before we set out.
Set out? Wait, does this have something to do with the towers?
Huh? What gave you that impression? Actually, tell me later. You've got a meeting to go to. I'll see you afterwards, alright?
If Ferdona is going with him, that must mean that Ferdona is allowed to be out and about more? My apologies. As Arnvald brightly pointed out, we have a meeting to attend. Let us be about it. Okay.
Okay, bye.
Let's go to the meeting.
Let's all go to the meeting. Let's all go to the meeting.
We have a problem. It's okay.
Ere we begin,
What?
I would
Oh,
like to
voice
offer
acting.
my gratitude to Masters Thancred and Urianger. Tis no small feat to infiltrate the Imperial capital and live to tell the tale, much less in times of civil war. Thanks to them, we may plot our course in full knowledge of how the winds blow in Garlemald.
Full glad are we to have been of service. But verily, such dangers as we did encounter pale into insignificance next to those faced by our comrades. An Ascian, armed with the might of Bahamut, bent on bringing about the final days.
Theatrics. He sought only to make a show of the power at the Telophoroi's disposal. But since then we have seen no sign of this Fandaniel or his worm. And while we've done what we can to bolster our defenses, there's no telling where he might strike next.
Whenever and wherever it may be, we must use the intervening time to learn more of our enemy. 'Twas with this in mind that we dispatched scouts to investigate the towers.
Our advance party took longer than expected to return. And when they did, they tried to kill us. Luckily, I'd seen that sort of thing before, and we were able to restrain them before they did any harm. Then it was just a matter of letting the Porksies do their work.
Are you saying they were tempered?
More tempering.
Once they'd come back to their senses, they told us everything they could. It seems that just as they were getting close to the tower, they heard an ear-splitting roar. And that was the last thing they remembered. But what worries me most is what they were saying right before they attacked. Glory be to Garlemald.
Oh no, my drink is all gone.
Oh, my drink is gone too.
Sad day. What a sad day.
The Tempered have heretofore ever been thralls to primal entities. Yet these hapless souls were compelled to accept a nation as the object of their devotion. This calleth into question all that we know of the condition.
Would that the unsettling news ended there. Alas, there is more. Following the earlier reports of missing Amalja, we have learnt that other beast tribes have suffered similar losses. And we now have reason to believe that the abductions are connected to the appearance of the towers. Our scouts sighted black-garbed figures leading shackled Ixal in the direction of the tower in Dravania. The Temple Knights were able to intercept them before they could reach their destination, liberating the Ixal and apprehending their captors, each of whom was found to be equipped with Garlean arms and armor.
So the Empire is the common thread.
With the support of Xenos, it seems likely that Fandaniel has rallied a faction of the splintered Garlean army to the banner of the Telophoroi.
Lord Hien reached the same conclusion when I shared our findings with Doma. The plan had been to march on Garlemald from the east and west in order to force a peace treaty. But the situation has changed. Dealing with the threat of the towers must come first.
Yep, crazy towers first, then everything else.
Given the nature of the enemy and the proven risk of tempering, I could think of few suitable candidates to aid in this task. But I am confident in my choice.
Well, I guess the other Scions too.
Ah, it's those two.
What?
Okay, so in all rights, they also have the gift.
Resistant to primal influence as they are, they can investigate the towers without fear of being turned.
We are glad to put our gifts to use, Commander.
But, you know.
Gifted or not, going behind enemy lines remains a perilous undertaking. But we must know more if we're to strike back at our foe. I'm counting on
Well, it kind of makes sense to have her go do it. She's probably one of the best.
If it would give us the upper hand, I'd do it 100 times over. We won't let you down.
That concludes the briefing.
Thanks.
You two, make ready and join your escort.
Are you certain about this, Arenvold?
I am. Come on, let's talk outside.
He's like, let's talk about this. You and me, bud.
It's like, let's do this outside where, you know, where we can make less of a scene.
It's like, I'll have this conversation, just not here. Oh, we get to hear the conversation?
Okay. Now that it's out in the open, I don't have to keep it under my proverbial hat anymore.
Let's be ready to hit the space bar.
Yeah.
So you know, I've already gone through all the formalities at the Rising Stones. Made sure to inform Jamoldva and Vamar at Ralga's Reach as well.
Arenvold, I admire your enthusiasm, but this is far more dangerous than anything you have done before.
I know the risks. And I also know what's in store if we don't stop Fandaniel from carrying out his plan. With this power of mine, I can make a difference. If I stood idly by, I would regret it for the rest of my life.
And you, Fudola? Is this what you want?
What are you asking me for? It's not like I have any say in the matter.
Yeah.
Don't pretend. We both know Commander Eldin gave you a chance to refuse. And you didn't.
We all know you want to do this. Don't try.
So the Empire's finished, is it? But that's what they're all saying. That the great and glorious Garlemald slit its own throat. And now, from out of its twitching carcass crawls the Telophoroi with bloody Xenos at its head! I fought for Garlemald. Killed for Garlemald. What was I part of? I need to know. Whatever it is, I need to know.
Very well. If your hearts are set on this, I shall not stand in your way.
A lot of story. That's what Post is.
Yep. We're catching up before it goes live next month.
If you've finished with your touching display of camaraderie, I have a question. Which tower are you planning to investigate, exactly?
Well, the one in Girabani is said to be tightly guarded. It's patrol after patrol out there, apparently. We'd be spotted before we got anywhere near it. Which is why we've set our sights on the one in Pagalthan instead. There shouldn't be anything like as many Imperials to worry about down there.
Even so, I doubt the local Amalja will look kindly on it if they catch you sneaking around in their territory.
Fordola and I had a chance to learn the lie of the land in our previous forays there. We might still find trouble, but at least we won't lose our way.
Yeah, at least they have, like, some understanding of both sides.
We'd best not keep them waiting any longer.
Mayhap when all of this is over, we could take another trip to Loxeld. I would have you know I've become a rather capable swimmer since our last visit.
I'll believe that when I see it. Though, to be fair, getting into deep water does seem to be a scion's lot in life. Take care, eh?
It is our lot in life. We do a lot of deep sea diving.
I think it means we're always deep in the shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we're always deep in the shit. That's also too.
We're always deep in trouble.
But we're also a lot of deep in trouble under the water.
It means a lot, you know. You coming with me?
Well, still only for saving my skin, don't I? Can't return the favour if I'm not there.
I dare say you'll get your chance before long. That Fandaniel sounds like a tricky customer. Too much for the likes of me, anyway. But we both know I'd just be another soldier if it weren't for my gift. And I need to be a damn sight more than that given what's coming. I realise I can't hold a candle to a hero like the Warrior of Light or Alphino, for that matter. He might look like
I like
he's
the
12,
slow
but he's seen
focus
more
on us
action
in
than
this
most people see in a
background.
lifetime.
Yeah.
It's like,
No,
these
the fact
people.
is, I'm nothing like them, and maybe I never will be. But I'll be damned if I don't try. They're counting on me. On us. So let's give it our all.
He does not want for conviction, that much is certain. So let us have faith in him. Him and Fordola both. While they see to the towers, I would attend to another task. Chasing down this lunar Bahamut.
Bahamut chasing time.
Ew.
Bloody thing. Can you hear me? It's Tataru. I'm happy to say we've managed to find Estinian.
Is this thing on?
And I'm
bum.
sorry to say he went running off again the moment we told him about Bahamut.
Oh, I should have seen that coming.
He did mutter something about heading to Ishgard, so if you're quick, you might still be able to catch him.
Even if we set out this instant, he may already have left by the time we arrive. Have her send the Bonanza to Ishgard. It may prove useful should we need to give chase.
But I can be there in a second with my teleport.
I'll see to it as soon as Kryl and I get back to the Rising Stones. Good luck.
Okay.
While you go off on your dragoon hunt, Urianger and I will return to headquarters. We have much to tell the
Instead
others.
of a dragon hunt, it's a dragoon hunt.
I wish you every success in your search for our elusive friend.
It's fine.
May
You know,
we
you
all
just look
meet
to the
again
floor of a
ere long.
dungeon. They're always tanking it. But
They always look stylish doing it. All right. On to the breach. Completed.
Complete. Right, all right, alphabet.
So, Sinian was bound for Ishgard. Whatever it is that brings him home, we must hope it will keep him there long enough for us to find him. Come, there's no time to lose. Yeah, we're already talking about it too much. Let's go.
All right. So which patch are we on at this point?
Oh, maybe the outfit does look nice. I think that's the whatchamacallit? We're on patch 5.5 now.
How many
This
patches
is
do we still have?
this and the next one.
Okay.
Which this is part 1 and then part 2. So this one's 5.5 and the next one's 5.55. So it's a 2-parter separated into, but it's like one patch separated into 2 parts. All present? Good. Let us split up and search for Estinian. Since we were relatively new to this place, Graha and I will look around the open spaces and the squares and markets and whatnot. You and Gwyn can delve into the nooks and crannies. Very well. Let us reconvene at the airship landing later, with or without Estinian. Good luck.
Oh no. Don't look behind you. But there's a spoopy ghost.
Sorry, it looked behind me. I think I shall begin at the Sky Steel Manufacturer. Wow,
Manufactory.
brain. Manufactory. So perhaps you could try the congregation. Lucia may as well have heard news of our friend's return. And what is Spoopy Ghost? So spoopy!
Yeah, you get Spoopy Ghost.
So scary. Okay, so we need to go to the Forgotten Night. I guess I need to do some digging in Final Fantasy and come up with a Halloween costume, since everyone else is making Halloween costumes.
I mean,
don't have one.
my Halloween costume is just oranges.
Well, you're trying to be a pumpkin. It's understandable. What was her voice? I don't remember. Good day to you, Warrior of Light. Lord Amric sent word that you would be attending the meeting in Alamigo. So I gather you have not come in search of him. To what then do you owe the pleasure of your visit?
We're looking for Estinian.
I see. No, we were not aware Sir Estinian had returned to Ishgard. But as I expect you remember, he won't come and go as he pleases. Perhaps he came to seek audience with Lord Amric, only to find him absent? In any event, I'm afraid I cannot help you. Perhaps one of your companions have fared better. Okay.
I'm stuck in a chair.
So now we just go to
the
Athenium Astrologicum. Astrologicum? I don't know.
Ethereum Astrologicum?
Astrologicum? Yeah, sure. Say that 10 times fast.
No.
No, I will not, thank you.
No, I will not.
No, you cannot make me.
Can't even say it right the first time.
Right, I'll say.
Didn't realize the airship was pink.
No sign of him. Not that I've ever met him before, but the way Alphino goes on about him, I'm fairly sure I could pick
What
him
if
out
she
in
just
a
gets a
crowd.
huge crush on him immediately?
Speaking of which, it does seem awfully quiet. If the erstwhile Azure Dragoon had returned to Ishgard, would it not be a source of general excitement?
Hey!
First the Scion's Coinkeeper, and now you. I'm beginning to think these meetings are more than mere coincidence. Not that I'm complaining. It's been too long.
She's like, I'm not who you think I am. She's like, I girl.
You look an ilm taller and twice as rugged. It suits you, Alphino.
Oh, twice as rugged.
Quieter, though. Have you been giving him
beat
lessons
his
on how to be the
ass.
strong, silent type?
I'm just waiting for the
I am not
Alphino!
Oh, she hates it.
If the two of you are such firm friends, perhaps you should remember what he looks like. And what do you mean, rugged? Oh, had my brother mentioned what an oaf you are, I'd never have bothered looking for you in the first place.
The face? Like,
Estinian Wormblood. The Azure Dragoon. He who fought and felled the dread worm Nidhogg at the Warrior of Light's side.
Oh my god.
To think the day would come when I should see this living legend with my own eyes.
Great.
Yeah, the hero worship.
It's just so confused.
Someone might explain what is going
like,
on.
what's happening?
Is everything all right? I thought
He's
I heard
like
Alisaie
so.
shouting.
Did he never tell him he had a twin? Did that never come up?
I guess not.
Estinian!
He's
It's
just like,
been
what
too
is
long."
happening? I like this idea that he never told him he had a twin sister. He's just like, what?
No,
this is
no, it's
really
quite
great.
understandable. That was hardly the first time we've been confused for one another. Nor, I suspect, will it be the last.
Well, I, for one, will not be making that mistake again. What I will say, for the second time today, is that you've grown.
She's like, and is he
Inside and
more
out.
rugged?
What do you mean, rugged?
One can't remain a spoiled little lordling forever, you know.
Her just pounding.
At least someone's
She's like,
having a
"God
good
fucking
time.
damn it. Again?
You know, when we were growing up, Alphino would never befriend other boys because he couldn't stand the thought of
Aw.
not being in charge. But maybe that's changed. He seems just as happy around Estinian as he does Arenvald.
Perhaps he sees them as the brothers he never had? I think he learned how to
Keep them all
talk
to
with people.
yourself forever.
Kind of want to say that.
I think maybe he learned how to talk with people rather than at them.
Yeah.
Though I am waiting to be like,
I wouldn't
maybe,
be so
you
sure.
know,
He
the
still
brother
loved
he never
nothing
had,
better
and
than the
she's like,
sound of his own
we have
voice."
an older brother. We have a brother. He's good and alive.
No
We have a
rest for the
brother.
righteous, eh? Speaking of which, I was just on my way to borrow an airship to take me to Azisla.
Azisla? How could I forget? The dragon with whom Bahamut shared the deepest of bonds.
What are we forgetting? I have
Aye,
also forgotten.
Tiamat, his mate. Even now,
Oh,
she
right,
remains
right,
imprisoned
right.
on Azisla,
Mhm.
though her
Mhm.
remorse
I
binds
definitely
her
didn't
faster
forget
than any
this.
shackle.
I see.
Definitely did not forget this.
As the one who first summoned Bahamut, you believe she may be able to shine some light on his latest incarnation.
Might I suggest that we make the journey to Azisla together? I'm not sure if Tataru mentioned this, but we Scions have an airship of our own now.
I see no reason why not. Assuming your sister can bear the thought of sharing a deck with me.
Be my guest. But confuse me with Alphino again and I'll throw you overboard.
Oh. He's like, I didn't know.
Ugh. I don't know who he thinks he is, but he's nothing like Alphino painted him to be.
I
Oh,
will
I
admit,
love
he is not
this.
exactly as I imagined him either. Based on what I had read of the man, I think I was expecting someone a little less blunt.
Yeah, no, he's very blunt. He is very much a don't give a shit person.
He just tells it as it is.
Yeah.
Tells it as he is, yes. Yeah, that makes sense.
Tells it as he is. Mm-hmm.
Oh god, that was great.
She's just standing there, like, taking it, just being like, I'm gonna fucking kill you in, like, a second. Uh-oh.
Oh.
It has been quite some time since I last set foot in Alisla, but I understand the three of you were here rather more recently. I don't suppose you chanced to meet with Tiamat during your visit? Nope.
Alas not. We had no cause to set foot here in the Delta Quadrant, but I have studied the relevant records, which is not to say I wouldn't appreciate a first-hand account of your dealings with her.
Well then, Gwyn is the person to ask. As far as I know, she's the only one of us who has met Tiamat face to face. I hope that makes sense. She's a prisoner to the...
Yeah. Guess we'll do that first one.
Yeah. Ever since the end of the war with Mericidia, yes. To have been held captive for so long.
I too have met with Tiamat.
Oh.
After the Dragon Song War came to a close, I came here to speak with her. A worm who had fought her own war against man and in another age. I wished to know if she yet harbored thoughts of vengeance and asked as much. She said no. My hatred for your kind was extinguished long ago. But the guilt she feels for resurrecting Bahamut burns on undimmed. It torments her, even now.
I see. Then your reason for coming here was out of concern that Tiamat had been forced to summon Bahamut.
Nidhogg is a part of me. I feel his emotions as my own. And I know that he would not allow his sister to be made a tool to evil. In his absence, it falls to me to watch over her. Give me that money.
It's interesting that, like, from here you can't see anything. So it's like, she could be gone for all we know, because we can't see.
Or dead. Oh, God. Tiamat awaits. This way. Come, Alphino and Lady Alphino. Here we go. I'm on the dragon mount.
Look, she's still there.
Or is she? It's a trick.
She's breathing. I stopped and looked at her for a second. She is breathing. Oh, my sire, mortal companion, what bringeth thee back to this forsaken place, child of man?
It's plain she knows naught of recent events. Perhaps you should enlighten her.
Okay.
Boy, yeah.
I'm not gonna turn on
happy.
autoplay just in case.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna leave autoplay off right now, just in case, so.
Just need to remember to click.
Yeah. That my sin should be repeated. Hey, she said sin though in there. I sense not the faintest stirring. As to who could have called him forth, I know none save the dragons of Mericidia, our children. The Icon claimed their souls when first he manifested, and robbed their will. They became tools of the Elegant's dark designs.
Much like those held here in Asisla. If dragons who worship Bahamut are required to summon him, that must mean...
Yes, the dragons of Mercia are at the mercy of this Ascian. There can be no other explanation. Accursed Ascians, vile minions of darkness. Again, you would profane the memory of my beloved, strip our children of their freedom, their dignity. Are there no depths to which you will not stoop?
Your children's pain means nothing to them. They laugh at your kind suffering. But tears will not right this wrong, nor will lamentation see the perpetrators punished.
What wouldst thou have for me, Slayer of Dragons?
Behavior befitting a great worm. We came here to ask mighty Tiamat of the First Brood, consort of Bahamut, mother of the dragons of Mericidia, what she intends to do about the crimes committed against her children.
Yep. Were I free, I would answer thy insolence with fire, but words shall have to suffice. Dun, 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 dun. Recall, mortals, that it was I who did first summon my beloved, praying with all my being to bring him forth. You who contended with the Icons cannot well be ignorant of the consequence.
You too were exposed to his influence. That you are yet in possession of your own will is testament to the indomitable strength of your soul. But were you to meet with Bahamut again, you fear you might succumb.
Indeed, ask the Dragon Slayer, and he will tell thee the power we of the First Brood wield. Were I to lose myself to the Icon's influence, all would pay the price. But it is of little matter, for even had I the strength to resist, I yet lack the strength to break my chains. This prison shall be my tomb.
On the matter of Bahamut's influence, at least, I believe we can be of some assistance. If you're afraid of being enthralled, don't be. We have a cure. And while we've never tried it on one such as you, its basic principles are universal.
Speak thou'st in earnest?
There is no future for those bound to the past. That you committed a terrible sin, I do not dispute. But if you feel remorse, you may yet make amends. We offer you that chance. Take it, or you will forever remain a prisoner, not of these cruel shackles, but of your own guilt.
A chance to make amends, to lay Bahamut's memory to rest. When our own star faced annihilation, Hydaelyn granted us sanctuary, and now your foes would bring her destruction. This I cannot allow. For the debt I owe to Hydaelyn, and all who have suffered for my sins, I shall fight with you, children of man. We did it. Alright, Graha.
While Orcsies have been shown to be effective in curing the tempered, Tiamat must be considered a special case. She is far, far larger and immeasurably more powerful than any subject treated thus far. Were we to remove her restraints, only to find that the process had failed, we would be hard-pressed to contain her.
Then, before we go ahead, we shall learn as much as we can about the exact nature of her condition. Do you suppose we can find that information here?
Why, yes, we can. And indeed. The Hellions kept detailed records on all of their notable captives, and I know exactly where to look.
We shall leave that to you then. In the meantime, the rest of us can take turn our thoughts to removal of those shackles. Words. It's getting harder.
Yeah, it's also getting later. I know Alphino and Gwen here well enough, but not you. Are you certain you're ready to see this through? Rest assured, Sir Estinian, that I am both ready and willing to give my all for the sake of the star. Though that is not my only reason for wanting to set Tiamat free. While I do not claim to know all of her sorrows, I too once found myself in a prison of despair. And I well understand how hard it can be to dare to dream of escape. It took the encouragement of braver souls than I am to make me take the first steps forward to a brighter future. And now I would help Tiamat to do the same. I gather you are not as young as you look. Mayhap when our work here is done, we could trade tales over a pot of Tataru's famous tea. And be indebted to her for the leaves and hot water? I think not. I see. Returning swiftly to the task at hand, then. I believe the nodes governing Tiamat's restraints are located in the sectors known as the flagship.
Yes. You are familiar with it. The Ethereochemical Research Facility in particular.
Oh, you may wish to take this, a spirit vessel containing a small amount of my blood.
Oh. Which you just happen to be carrying around with you.
You never know. I suppose that could seem rather odd. To explain, Rambros, Oriange, and I are researching the use of spirit vessels and the transference not only of memories, but the traits of certain bloodlines. And so I keep one at the ready should an opportunity to test out theories arise. As for its use to you, you may recall that during our previous visit, the nodes here granted access to restricted functions, having identified me as being of royal blood. And, armed with the spirit vessel, I persist that they will do the same for you, even in the absence of, well, the rest of me. It seems worth a try at least.
Agreed. We will take good care of it. To the flagship, then.
It's like you might as well get the blood out when you can and then hold on to it until you need it. Because the lack of blood is going to make your head spin.
Yeah.
Alright,
okay, back to the big ship, so we probably have to go up.
Yep.
Up we go!
You'll never catch me.
You'll never catch me, I'm flying! Hello, you two. Let us split up and search the flagship for the node that controls Tiamat's restraints. But should you find a likely candidate, do not be tempered to make any adjustments. It would not do to accidentally release some manner of experimental monstrosity, nor less Tiamat herself in her current state. Our objective is simply to identify the relevant node or nodes. Once we have learned what we can do, we should reconvene to compare notes prior to proceeding. We're gonna set her free. She wants to break free. Lord knows she wants to break free.
No, don't do it.
Hello, node.
Data link to Delta Quadrant broken. Possible cause: intruder interference. Advised deployment of automated combat units. Proceed?
No?
Nah, I think we're good.
Okay.
You egg-shaped thing. Interaction between metallic components detected. Temperature increasing to critical levels. Please replace damaged pods for retreat to a safe distance.
Okay, you need to wait for that before it explodes.
Be funny though, as we leave, it just goes poof.
Yeah, it actually explodes. Is it inside? Well, Estinian's in here, so maybe one is down here? Oh,
wait.
Never mind. That was that one. Ah, here.
Oh. Warning. Scheduled Dragon restraint maintenance due in 2020 years. Failure to verify system integrity may result in unscheduled specimen release. I think we found it.
Oh, so it was gonna unlock her in like 2,000 years. Afraid Estinian and I have little to show for our efforts. Did you find anything? I did a node that smelled like burnt hair. Yeah, sure, let's go.
Let's see, a trudging nose sporadically.
I know that one, though I thought the stench more akin to a fire in the manure shed. But it seemed likelihood to explode than to grant our wish. Surely there must be another. A Shurgan node that warned me. Oh no, not the restraints. I found a way to activate sentries, if that helps. Yeah. Only if they are willing to lead us to the node we seek, which I somehow doubt. But from what I recall of the flagship's design, the node you found could facilitate communications throughout, as is love, so we may find a use for it. Alright, and then yes, a node that talked about dragon restraints.
Yeah, they needed maintenance or they were gonna fail.
Spontaneously, you say? Well, that does sound promising. Almost suspiciously so, in fact. But then you were in possession of the spirit vessel. I dare say it is indeed that the node of which Rahath spoke. And it was chirruping, you say? Very well, let us take a closer look. Okay.
Well, you gotta let me go, guys.
Here it is.
Blip, do you wish to operate the dragon restraint mechanism? Bloop, bloop. You do not have the requisite access privileges. Operation of the dragon restraint mechanism may only be undertaken by a chief technologist and member of the royal family.
Or those with a vessel full of royal blood, perhaps. I have this.
I feel like we're going too soon on this. I thought we were just supposed to find it.
I know, right? But I guess we're...
Bloop. New user detected. Commencing biometric authentication. Bloop. Authentication complete. User identified as member of the royal family. Please state your name. Ooh.
Give one of their names.
It's like, do we do one of their names or do we do our name?
I guess we'll do our... Well, let's be honest, none of our names are gonna work, so I'll just do my own.
Okay. Welcome, Guinevere. You may operate the dragon restraint mechanisms when ready. Bleep, bloop. Error. Unable to disengage restraints of the specimen, Tiamat. A system update is required. Damn it.
A system update. What do you think that's supposed it is asking of us?
Well, we need to find the Wi-Fi. I could
hazard a guess. I don't think we'd need to smash it to pieces. That doesn't sound right.
Smash it. Estidian smash.
Estidian smash.
Okay, anyway, I could hazard a guess. Well, that's more than I can say. Confounded bloody thing. User agitation detected. Initiating guidance program. Bloop. In order to operate the restraint mechanism, I require access to central control system. However, I am unable to establish a link between said system due to the obsolescence of my own software. This issue can be resolved by applying a system update using the corresponding terminal located within the flagship. So, can this thing release the restraints or not?
Yes and no. It can, but only once it has received the requisite system update, as far as I can tell.
Until which time it'll float there, spewing nonsense.
Yep.
Under user dissatisfaction detected, initiating classification protocols. Bloop. I am here to help. Rest assured that I will be on hand to guide you through every step of the system update process.
How gratifying. But I dare say we will fare better with guidance than without it. Okay.
It's like Estidian is like your parents who doesn't quite understand the technology. What is... I don't understand what it means by system update. Anyway. Bloop. Guiding user to terminal. This way, please.
Can't link address in the thing and not make me want to look at it. Oh my god. Oh, it's horrible.
Oh, I can't try it on. What does it look like?
It's still on my screen if you want to see it.
Oh no, hold on. Can we... Oh dear. That's a lot of ruffles.
That is a lot of ruffles. It's called a ruffled dress for a reason.
And it's very short.
I'm also very tall. This way?
Down here?
Yes, it's down here.
Oh, nope, not over here. I'm on the wrong side. How do I get to you? No, seriously, how do I get to you?
I guess he got it. No, sorry, I was reading chat. I guess he got an umbrella too. Over here. Come to me. Oh, go up top and come over.
Up top?
Yes, go up top and come over. I'm down below, but if you just go up top and come over. To this side.
Okay, I couldn't find the entrance.
Okay, so there's a bottom piece that helps with the skirt.
Okay, so it doesn't look like you're. If you just raise your hands
longer,
up, you won't just expose your bottom. Oh, hey there, Wob.
Let's see. According to the terminal, the central control system is presently employing software version 56.135. Dare I ask which version you are employing? 5.
Why, software version 42.002, of course. Bloop bloop. Warning. Errors detected in the data management system. Estimated time required for update 5 years and 1 day.
Okay.
Don't really have that time.
That is rather longer than we were hoping. Aren't there any other options? For instance, using this terminal to operate Tiamat's restraints instead.
Bloop. The proposed method is indeed an option. Please be warned, however, that the procedure may have changed as a result of the system update, and my instructions may no longer be accurate.
Well, I can imagine it will have changed all that much. As long as we pay due attention to any discrepancies, I dare say we shall be able to muddle our way through.
Don't bother trying to explain. Just tell me if we made any progress.
He's like, I am so lost. I would say so, yes. It does, however, require that I remain here to operate the terminal. I shall inform you via link pearl once we are able to release the shackles. It might be best if you left the spirit vessel with me. I may yet have use for it. Rest assured, I will be certain to return it to Graha Tia once this is all over.
Okay, here you go. Just a little more work and Tiamat will be free. But before we go any further, there is something I would know. When Tiamat and her kin fought against the Allegan Empire, both sides were but dancing to the tune of the Ascians. And it was the same in Ishgard, where they stoke the fires of conflict between man and dragon from the shadows.
Yeah.
All that the Ascians touch turns to ash, and thus have you made it your mission to fight them. But there have been times when you tried to reach out to them instead, to find common ground. And so I must ask, what do you intend to do to Fandaniel when you try and reach out to him too?
Certainly, after I wipe the smile off his face. Damn. Enemy or no, I want to understand him.
Okay.
I guess.
But did he not tell you that he was beyond reason? If he wishes to die, I say we oblige him. But perhaps that is the difference between you and me. You see the good in people, even if it be but the faintest glimmer. I only hope you do not come to rue your benevolence.
You think it unwise for us viewing the world thus?
Far from it. That has ever been your way, as I learned when you journeyed together with Iceheart. Yet the fact remains that there are some who view compassion as a weakness to be exploited, and there may come a time when you extend that hand of friendship, only to wish that you had dealt the killing blow. So, save your mercy for those who deserve it. Well, we should be getting back to our task. If Alphino has things in hand here, I suggest we rejoin the others.
Okay. But we're about to hit the dungeon, though.
Oh, go.
We're about to be dungeon time.
Oh, going the wrong way.
Yeah, over this way.
Aim for the dragon. Set it to autofly and just lean back and relax. Kick your feet up.
Right.
Okay, I see. I'm not yawning, you're yawning.
Estidian told me all is well, but nothing more. Honestly, it's like getting blood out of stone with him. I take it Alphino's absence, that he's needed elsewhere. Yep.
Alphino's dead! Ah!
Well, that all sounds rather frustrating. But you got there in the end. While you were off talking to nodes, Graha and I were learning as much as we could about Tiamat's condition. Oh, sorry, that's you.
There's me. Trying to steal all my voices. Our readings confirm that her ethereal balance leans strongly towards umbral, as was the case with the kobolds. Therefore, all other things being equal, the treatment should work. The difficulty lies in the sheer quantity of aether with which we must contend. Multiple applications of the treatment will inevitably be required if we are to reverse the effects of the tempering completely.
Meaning I'll need all the aether I can get. Thank you in advance.
Although this endeavor will ask much of us, we do have one reason to be optimistic. Namely, that Tiamat shows no sign of fanatical devotion, suggesting a milder case of tempering than that suffered by the kobolds. Tiamat saw Bahamut as an equal rather than a god. Might that have made a difference?
Now that you mention it, it very well might. She would not have believed it necessary to defer to his will. But enough talk. It's time that we put our theories to the proof. Tell Alphino to disengage the restraints, ethereal dampers. I am counting on you, Angelo.
Oink oink.
Let's hope this works. Ah, such warmth. The frost that shroudeth my soul doth begin to thaw. But what are these? Visions of days long forgotten? Of war with men of Alaga? Wherefore do such baleful memories return to me now?
Could it be that the process of restoring her soul to its pre-tempered state is awakening in ancient memories. Or might the opposite be true? If so, by helping her to recall the past, we may be able to speed her recovery. Gwen, she trusts you. Speak to her. Ask her to tell you of times past.
Okay.
I guess tell me of the war?
Yeah, tell me of the war. Wicked, bloodthirsty creatures. Not content with their own lands, they brought fire and death to Mercidia, our home. Tale began when Bahamut and I left our father's side. We took wing in the search of the place to make our eyrie. Beyond the southern ocean, we discovered a lush and fertile land. It would come to be known as Mercidia by the children of men, though many years were to pass before they crossed the seas. Upon our arrival, we were welcomed by the peaceful people of the forest, kin to the trees. Surrounded by nature's bounty, Bahamut and I found a place to raise our young.
Fascinating. This correlates with the writings of the Charlian scholar, Ruhusha. She posts that man first settled on the southern continent towards the end of the Second Astral Era. Correctly, it would appear. If only she were with us to hear the tale from Tiamat herself.
Again, Angelo. When first the children of man arrived on our shores, no foot did they set in the places over which we held domain. Such was their fear of dragonkind. And as they kept their distance, so did we let them. Yet as the days went by, ship after ship appeared upon the horizon, bearing even more of their brethren, who divided the vast land amongst themselves. For a time, they knew peace and prosperity, but as their numbers grew, the smaller their share came to seem. And soon they began to covet the territories of their fellows. Ere long, man fought man. Blood was answered with blood, and none could see the end of the strife, until one day they came to us. Recognizing our wisdom, they entreated us to intercede in their conflicts. Bahamut agreed, and with him presiding over the affairs of man, the land knew peace once more. Alas, those golden days of harmony, too, were fated to end. For the men of Alaga slew my beloved, and I, in my rage and sorrow, heeded the envermined words of Ascians. The rest thou knowest only too well. But your tales don't have to end there. When you are freed, we'll rid the world of the Ascians together. You and your beloved will have justice.
Fine sentiments, but you're almost spent. I'll keep watch from above. The treatment fails, run.
Thanks for the vote of confidence. I swear, when this is over...
Keep going, Alice. The magic's working.
Okay. While I knew this wasn't going to be easy, no patient could have prepared me for treating a great worm. But we're close, I can feel it. And while I've only got a few more drops of aether left to give, with yours and Graha's, this will work.
Then I believe I speak for both of us when I say that you may take as much as you require.
Careful. I might hold you to that. All right, here I go. Okay, 1 sec.
Here we go.
What is this lady's name again?
Tiamat?
What is her name?
Tiamat.
Whatever. Tiamat. What is her? I don't know.
Tiamat? I don't know how to spell it, but...
Close enough. I just wanted to respond to them before I went in big cutscene again.
Ugh, no. I'm almost there.
Figured I'd give the people time to be ready to join if they want to come do this.
I think I'm just a little ahead. Just wait 1 sec. Okay.
He doesn't have talking yet. Oh, okay. Are we ready then?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Look, we're helping.
This is it, Angelo.
We're actually doing good. Just gonna keep clicking though. Because there's a dragon.
Oh, I didn't think about it. Yeah, there's a dragon. I should have. It's fine. I'll be ready to pause just in case.
Es lies an, mich es die.
Turned it off. Yes, I feel it. The icon's grip growth weak.
Did it work?
We won't know for certain until the shackles are removed.
Oh boy. He's like, I'm over here.
I'm at a good vantage point for dropping in.
Answer me this, children of man. Can my kindred be saved in like manner?
Many have been subjected to the Allagan's dark arts, their flesh irrevocably altered. For such tortured souls, I fear there can be no salvation.
My children. Shall you hearken upon my call? We shall fly together once more. But should you not, I shall grant you peace. Better to die than to live in the tool of evil. You too would wish this, I know. And I shall do as I must.
When that time comes, you won't be alone. We'll stand by you.
Thou hast my gratitude, little one.
Alphino's ready. It's time.
Oh boy.
Do it. And let's hope the treatment worked as
Oh
it
boy.
should.
Not a just immediate, Bahamut, my love, I'm coming! And then flies off. Oh boy.
She's big and scary.
Bahamut, my beloved. For vengeance and atonement, I rise. You just piece it out?
By the gods!
They big. He's like, okay, I can put my weapon away.
Urianger, your timing could not be better. Understood, we're on our way.
Uh-oh.
It's Bahamut. He's been sighted over Pagalthan. He flies for the largest amount of settlement in the region, at the head of a vast host, including dragons.
Did you hear all that, Alphino? You'd best rejoin your comrades. I'll make my own way. Our enemy awaits. Shall we?
Oh my god, is he gonna ride the dragon? Oh, he's gonna ride the dragon! Man, must be nice to be him. What if I wanted to ride the dragon?
Well, we have a dragon we can ride.
I guess that's true.
Alright, Graha. Well, I'm sure you're desperate to join Estinian and Tiamat in battle. 'Twould be wiser to gather the full strength of the Scions first. The foe we face demands no less. Alright, give me that money.
Yay. What's up?
Alright. I have already sent word to the others. We are to rendezvous in Ulda at the Hall of Flames. Let us collect Alphino and be on our way. I just noticed, though, that on my my chest piece, there looks to be like a necklace that kind of looks like a pumpkin face.
Oh!
At least it has some sort of, like some sort of weird clown face. Actually, it'd be on your chest as well. Okay, anyway.
Yep, ready when you are.
I've clicked. Now, I know some of you could do with a rest, but I'm sorry to say the Telefori have other plans. Paglithon is already under siege.
We got a battle to go into.
Happily, the Immortal Flames arrived just in time to join the defense effort, with Marshal Tarpin at their head.
Well now, given the failure of the peace negotiations, I was uncertain how the Sultana would respond. 'Tis good to hear that Ulda has not abandoned the Almaja.
Abandoned them? Did we not profess to be their friends?
Is that? Oh, it's the.
Oh,
Sand.
okay.
Oops. I guess I should have realized it was her.
Yeah.
Your Grace. Marshal Torrepin has made provisions for such an exigency, and was ready to depart at a moment's notice. All that was required was the agreement of the syndicate, which of whom voted in favor of intervention. Nor did Ulda alone in its resolve. The other alliance nations have likewise dispatched their troops to Bagathan. I don't know. We don't care anymore. Yet even with our combined strength, we shall be surely tested. For we face not only the might of the Imperial Legion, but Lunar Bahamut and his draconic horde besides.
She's still suffering from the effects of that poison she drank several expansions ago.
Yeah. Tiamat's children. Fight as we may, victory is by no means assured. But not all of the omens are grim. Our forces report that despite the God damn it. Proximity to Lunar Bahamut, none of Mahajas show any signs of tempering. Strange. What primals would turn down a chance to claim new thralls? Unless it is incapable of doing so. Primals are not wont to serve a master, Assyrian or otherwise. It may well be that the Lunar Bahamut differs from some fundamental manner from those we have previously encountered. If that is true, anyone can fight him. Oh, anyone could fight him. And Gwyn and the others would have to shoulder the burden alone. Be that as it may, Lunar Bahamut remains an incalculable powerful foe whom our soldiers still struggle to best through the mere force of arms. With the aid of the Scions, however, I believe we will fare better, assuming, that is, you are ready to take the field. An airship awaits to bear you to the front. Pray set forth as soon as you are able. Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious.
What does that have to do with this?
You get tongue-tied. I, meanwhile, shall continue to coordinate our forces. Till next we meet, may the 12 bless and keep you. Goodbye, bitches.
Damn, look at that swagger.
It was kind of her to speak with us personally. You may be certain she has no shortage of other responsibilities.
Well, I for one am inclined to do as her grace requests, lest we forget Arnvald and Fordola are in Hagalath to reconnaissance. The sooner we save the day, the better their chances.
Indeed, to the airship then.
All right. Where is the airship? Okay, so I guess we gotta go to the Who's-Its?
Yeah, where's that? Oh, I'm coming. Follow the orange creature.
Follow the great pumpkin. Where is
airship landing?
Where? Why?
The very
there
bottom.
It is. No, quit is at the very bottom.
Yeah, just hit quit. That's where you want to go.
Okay, I quit. Greetings, we've been expecting you. But say the word and we shall depart for Paglathan and at once. Sorry, I've been drinking on the
There
job.
we go. Unlocked.
We did it.
And what item level is this one?
Oh god.
490. Would work. I'm good. Okay, well.
I stand ever ready. My turn!
Victory will be ours! Let's give it our all!
I'll see if they are okay with company.
We'll see if they're okay with company or not.
Yeah. Okay.
We're gonna go back. Alright, we're gonna be joining some other people who are gonna help us run this stuff.
Yeah, so be prepared.
Be prepared for more voices. Is Nick going to temper leaving his watching post for a dungeon? Or am I gonna have to go buy some tanking gear real quick?
No, I can probably do it here in a minute once I get out of here.
Because I know you were watching the thing, but I don't know if you were still watching the thing. I don't know if you were still in your personal hell or not.
No, he's past that.
Oh, okay, it's done.
Oh,
well,
yeah.
It wasn't done when I left.
Yeah, God, that finished forever ago now. Unfortunately, I did not succeed, so.
Aw, I'm sorry.
He's in
Alright, cool. Then I don't have to get geared to be able to
I'm
do
over
this
here in
right this
Basha with
second.
Charmy right now. Finally learning how this place works.
I see how it is. I gave you guys ample warning.
No, they're already in it. They've been in it for a while now.
So I said I gave you guys ample warning that I needed help.
It's the only reason why I'm still up.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We'll just leave. Okay, bye.
We'll just find a random tank. It's fine.
I'm good with that.
Here, I'll tank. I'll jump on my gladiator, who's level 30. That'll be fine, right?
Yeah.
It will all work out. Nothing bad will happen.
Where you guys at anyway?
Oh, the quest where it opens up, which is in Ulda.
I can't remember.
In the land,
where.
They're at the airship.
The airship landing.
Airship landing. That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. I couldn't remember. I was trying to remember where the quest started at because we beat you over there, but.
Well, while we're waiting, I will get some water.
See, it looks more like an owl to me, not a pumpkin. It doesn't look like a pumpkin to him. Where did he go? He ran away over here.
Do you want some?
Sure. Yes, please. Is he screaming at him? She's like, "Pet me, love me."
There we go.
Fancy. Alright, I guess we shall chill.
Well, I guess I'm gonna pull out of here and go into this dungeon real quick. We need to reset our timer soonish anyway, so it doesn't hurt.
Yeah, I'm going to check the marketplace and then I'm getting off for the night.
Oh no, he has a problem. He too is now checking the market board all the time. Oh, did you change up your outfit?
Yeah.
You have a skirt now.
Found me a skirt.
You decided to change it to red? I thought you were going to leave that black.
I don't know. I was going to ask Rachel.
does make the top kind of look like it's a two-piece combo.
Oh, show her the gun that we settled on that I showed you.
Because it does kind of make it look like you have like this two-piece combo and then everything else.
Yeah.
Is that a gun?
Yeah,
Oh,
look at it from the side. Look at it more from the side.
Jesus. My God.
Yeah, because the skirt was like a brownish black color, dark. I figured, yeah, I'll try it dyed.
Also, what I'm seeing here is Jess was wrong. The cat girls are not the shortest. Because look at this lady, she's shorter than you. The dragon ladies are shorter.
Yeah, that's true.
I guess it's the Makota ladies, and then it's the dragon ladies, and then it's Phil.
If they're as short as they could possibly be, yeah. Well, we're about the same height, maybe. No, it's hard to tell. My hat on.
I guess it is a little hard to tell with your hat on. Oh no, she's shorter than you.
Yeah, like I said, I just started going through the market boards and looking for shit. I found.
Yeah, your obsession that you have, I know.
Yeah. Well, here's the only problem I have with them is I didn't really want to wear the thighs, but.
Yeah, speaking of that, now that I've actually got the weapon for it again.
So without the boots on, this is what they look like.
This is my machine.
Oh yeah, that is kind of.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, I was telling Nick, if the tights were tighter fitting, I wouldn't mind it as much. But they're just too bulky. So anything you put on is gonna look weird. But I got lucky, and
the pants pretty much, the boots completely cover them up. Yeah.
Yeah.
So you get the tightness that you wanted. Oh
yeah, and I just dyed them black.
Look now.
And I just dyed them black, so. Yeah, I was toying with the idea of dyeing it. I don't know if I was going to dye the skirt or not, but I wound up doing it. Like, it didn't look too bad, I don't think.
It looks like you bought like a two-piece, and then you put all the other armor on top of it.
Right.
Oh, look, Charmy's here too.
Oh, so we're gonna get to see the beautiful dress you got? My God.
Wait a sec. If I'm gonna show you, I need to.
Okay.
I need to put this on. And oh, I can't. Oh, okay. Wait a second. Okay, and then just for Carl, I gotta do this.
Oh. I forget Charlie's on Discord. That
was hilarious.
And I was complaining to, I was saying to Nick, like, sometimes when people just wear snippy shit, they're just doing it to grab attention. And like, and Charmy runs by in that outfit. I'm like, see, look, there they are. Like, that's Charmy. Like, oh shit.
Yeah, it was just the great timing because he had just finished talking about people dressing skimpy, like unironically for the attention, and Charmy runs by and he's like, yeah, see, just like that one. And I'm like, that's Charmy. He's like, whoa, wait, is it?
That is. It's still. Does that have the actual legs with it, or is that still just the top?
No, the legs have a skirt. You can't see the skirt if you're wearing the dress, but then they have like the sock-like things. I don't know what they're called.
Okay. We were wondering if it was that short, if that's just how short it is. Because my
short.
God, it was so short on me. I was like, holy shit.
No, it's short.
I was all legs. Since I'm so tall and I have so much extra leg, it was more leg than it was like shirt. I was like, oh my goodness. Alright, let's do this. So I could go to bed too.
What? You want to go to bed? Why?
Because I always kind of get roped into at the very end of stream, a freaking dungeon hits, and I'm like, okay, I gotta do it, guys. I can't help myself.
Change the yellow of your fur, Lynn?
Technically the fur was pink, and now it's orange.
No, your skin. Your green skin.
No,
no,
I
he can't
change
skin.
That. Not unless I use the Fantasia thing.
I always wondered if it was one of those things you could change at Jean Delane.
Wait, so your shoulders will change color, or your fur stripes?
Yeah.
So the hair. Hold on. I have something skimpier.
Yeah, anything that's orange currently, yeah.
Here we go. Yeah, anything that's orange on me will change. Yeah, that's the only color I can change. That is considered head hair.
That's his fur.
Okay, that's still pretty decent though. That you can change all that color.
Yeah, I was hoping to change the the green to orange as well. But
yeah, because that's what I was thinking. Like, make your green skin orange and then make the fur like black.
Yeah. But nope.
That would take a Fantasia potion to do that.
No great pumpkin here. Can't even change my eye colors.
What? You can't change your eye color? You should be able to change that at him.
Nope.
No. No, anything that does with actual like physically changing your body, you can't.
Yeah.
Just hair color and hairstyles, and then
some tattoos and
your tattoos.
Yeah,
and
he could change his like markings. Like he could change up his markings, but that was like about it right here.
Okay, I'm getting it confused with because on the aura I can change the ring around my eye, so I was getting it confused with that.
Oh.
Okay.
That's interesting that that's something you can change.
Did we
I'm
run
for
this one
more.
with you or no?
No,
it looks sort of like the
like
beginning of Heroes Gauntlet, but
yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
Nope, this is Dragon time.
Yeah. I just like, didn't we already run? Wait, no, wait, you're right. It looks like the beginning of Heroes Gauntlet.
Yeah. Dragon Lady, come to get ya. I'm so bright compared to the rest of you.
Man, I'm so orange I can blend in here.
Have a good night, guys.
Yeah, man.
Alright, have a good night, too. Uh-oh, am I continuously making friends accidentally?
Oops.
Oh, some flashing.
I'll deal with this lone guy over here.
Yeah, I accidentally caught a friend. Oh, there's someone
Times
coming.
like this, I do wish we had like a death grip.
Oh dear,
like
hello, Mr. Dragon.
I didn't mean to pull friends.
Don't listen to her. She did that on purpose. She thinks she's a tank still.
Heaven help us all.
I can't help it.
I think you have done that
I
once.
have a problem.
Not in this
It's
game,
tanking.
but... I think you tried it with your gnome on your mage.
No, she used to do it all the time in WoW. She stopped tanking and talk pulling shit.
Oh yeah, I just like run headlong into stuff and be like, oh. I've made a boo-boo.
I appear to have forgotten which class I'm in.
in a second. God, I can't see anything.
Oh,
Pretty much terrifying things. Oh.
What are we here for again?
We're killing,
dragons?
Yeah, I know, but I just can't.
Bahamut Lunar?
Yeah, okay.
We're running towards that tower in the back, basically.
Yeah, that's right. We're dealing with the towers.
There's so many Bahamuts.
Yeah, okay, now I remember now. I just was like, why are we back over here at the step? I'm like, oh yeah, the towers.
That is one spiky squirrel.
I like that you haven't done this stuff that long ago and you've already forgotten it.
It's probably late at night and I was tired.
Oh. Ooh.
Was I able to get out of that?
He's got it.
Ow.
Oh.
Okay, I'm gonna say we're not touching those.
Oh, good. I didn't even realize that was one on me because he was standing on it.
Good job. Uh-oh. Oh god. No.
Oh, okay. You've got to take the lightning around you to the light pole to get it off of you.
Oh,
that's right. That's what it was.
Oh.
Yeah, I remember now.
So I just accidentally took it to a... Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
I'm dead anyways. It's fine.
Carl?
Shit. Oh, sorry. I didn't see that.
It's okay. We all know Carl is more important than I am.
Oh, come on.
Oh yeah. You just kind of electrocute that and then walk away.
What?
Yeah.
Nothing's happening.
You go to the light. Go to the light pole and like. You never got close enough though.
I thought you said the light balls. Well, I'm
like poles.
Yeah, light poles.
The poles. You're having trouble understanding their southern. I understand. He's not good with accents.
Oh, I guess I'm just gonna stay here.
I'll die eventually.
Such hard rockin' music, man.
There, finally.
Cobalt's yelling at us. You're like, you can do it, Cobalt! Thanks, Cobalt. You can do it. Great and mighty. Yay, thank you.
Just kill me.
A kobold down that canyon there with the cannon. You could just fire it.
But he did already fire it. That's the problem.
Reload it and fire it again then.
He only had one cannonball. He had one chance.
You can you reach me?
I think if I do, doesn't it give you a res sickness?
I don't care.
Wow.
I don't feel like running back.
He's gonna make us even worse.
You'll be alright.
Okay, I didn't waste my fast cast on you.
Yeah, I wouldn't waste your fast cast.
Yeah, I have it pulled outside of the fast cast so I can go and like do it instead of the background if I don't want to use my fast cast. I'm like, nope.
Okay, I'm here.
What's up? Well, at least we now know what to do. I guess you just kind of get hit by that no matter what.
Yeah. It doesn't do too much. But I think on top of being hit by the one thing, chill. Something crazy happening for a tiny bit. Oh, what did you do? You got my virus.
Like me?
No, the boss was standing. He jumped right to where I was standing. I was like, ah, why did he do that? I was all primed and ready. Did he just fart on you?
Get a tail wag.
Oh, okay. I was like, what did I just watch?
You did a little toot.
Not watching correctly, that's what it looked like.
Kitty queets. Oh, dang it. I'm such an idiot. I was holding down shift instead of control.
Yeah, why does he keep choosing me?
Maybe like the way you smell.
Jumping on me. He wants to eat me. He knows I'm a rabbit. It's like, rabbit meat.
Okay.
Oh, I'll greet on the healer thing if no one wants it.
What took you so long?
Okay.
Passing on the gear.
Yeah.
The amounts are in trouble. Let's
Give my healer some gear just in case I need it next.
Ah, damn it.
Bye, Tiamat. She's like, okay, I'll go help them. Uh-oh, I immediately pulled off of you. Fine, I'm bringing the friends. None of this stuff is any good stuff.
Oh, no, you don't.
Hi, Stinian.
Oh, damn. He just came in and then peaced out immediately.
That's what he does.
I just like the little, like, no, you don't. Whoop! And then gone. You're like, I'm gonna save my children.
I'm murdering them.
That's the only way to save them, sadly.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. She gonna do something. Need.
You don't need?
Nope. It's just like the clothing itself that I need for my tank at this point. All
Yeah,
the rest is 510. I bought the things.
Isn't this just a ad fight the entire time until we get up?
Mostly. We gotta do ads until we can get up at the top, and then we damage the cute thing up there.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I was just trying to remember how we got up there, though.
Hey, didn't it?
There.
Oh, stand in the center, guys. Follow me.
Spot.
Back to center.
Oh.
Like,
whee! Woohoo! Oh no.
Yeah.
Ow.
Oh,
to the left.
Right side, right side.
Oh.
It just depends on where you're standing.
And opposite side.
All the way to the left.
Oh, don't stand in front of the missiles.
What?
Oh, shit. Well, you said that just as like...
I forgot.
Just as I got hit
slow
by
move.
them.
Oh no!
Oh no!
But they're slow moving missiles at least.
Yeah, but they came out just where I was standing. I didn't really have much of a chance. Oh my god, that was terrifying.
Oh, I'm the only one alive.
Oh no, he died! Oh no!
Well,
I tried to heal them.
let's see, can I... Is this gonna... Run! Ah! Can I run away? Nope, could not run. They follow you outside.
Well, that was an oops. I just love it. Watch out for the things! And they were literally, they just came out and knocked me over because I was standing right where they spawned.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay.
I didn't notice it until I saw them spawn either. I was like, wait, there was something about this. Oh yeah, don't stand in front of them.
It's like, too
well,
late.
I was looking at that going, does Carl have a new ability?
I wish.
It's like, that's a cool ability.
God, it's a hell of a run from the shortcut back to here.
You didn't really have much shortcuts.
The shortcut doesn't overly feel like a shortcut. I feel like there should be one right in front of each. I guess the idea is it spawns you at the last boss you fought.
Yeah, but when your set piece is, you know, this long, watch as Estinian and Tiamat just wreck house. Okay, I'm finally here.
Hey.
But you know how the fight basically goes now. Just watch which cannons are powering up, etc.
You know, and second part, watch out for the shit that comes off to the side.
It'll still good.
Yeah, and don't forget the missiles when they pop up.
Don't worry, we still. Oh shoot.
Opposite side.
Oh, here are the missiles.
Missile.
Slow moving missiles.
the
middle.
Center.
One side. Cut to the other side.
Woohoo! Ooh, healer things again.
Yeah, we want to. There we go.
Whoa. Fields of gold.
Yeah.
Crazy amount of fields of gold for sure. Like the sun, where it is at too, you know. They just really made it quite the scene. Oh look! Friends!
I love this part just because of the scenic view, basically.
Really cool.
It's a really awesome set piece for just a dungeon.
Oh, he's just coming along.
Oh, hello, Bahamut.
A lot going on right here. How did we survive that?
Very carefully.
Skill. Here, definitely.
Yeah, skill. He has such a small little mouth compared to. Damn, what cutscene going on right before. Oh. Owie. Well, no. I guess that's what you call an entrance?
Yeah.
You ready to die?
Yay. Yep. I don't like those.
No. Oh, stacky stack.
Oh god, Aquamarine, no.
Oh.
Yeah, no, you gotta stay stacked. Aquamarine sucks like that.
Ooh, since I'm the straight DPS, does that mean I get to limit break?
My goodness.
Maybe? I probably won't remember to, but...
Oh, yeah.
God damn it.
Oh, I thought I was gonna be safe, but I was not. Fail.
Oh, stay away from me.
Stand still. Don't move. Just stand still. We've all moved.
Oh, I'm gonna die.
Oh, you are. Yeah.
Wow, I guess I'm just supposed to heal through that. Oh, shit. What is this gonna
Middle.
do?
There's like a blue...
Or in the middle.
Yeah.
Nope.
Oh, shit.
Did you die?
Yeah.
Well, I'm dead again. It's like I couldn't do anything.
Oh, this is a hard one to heal, I can see.
Oh, this is gonna hurt. I just got deleted.
Boy, I do enjoy those fuck you healer fights.
Okay, that was some hilarious timing on my end. The moment that I hit the ground from dying there, I got a squadron report, mission complete, returned back to the barracks. Like my death was a mission complete.
Mission complete, you did it, you died. Good job.
Okay, at this point, you could probably just let us teleport to the thing rather than take the dragons again.
Yeah, for real, it's like, why couldn't the shortcut just put us like on the other side after the dragon, at least?
My great, I think it just spawned you from the last boss you defeated. Which kind of sucks.
Yeah, I guess because it's that big group of things aren't considered like a boss, even though they were like a last stand before the boss. Okay. I don't know what the hell was going on there, but...
Try not to die.
Round 2, motherfucker.
Perhaps I should just stay in the middle.
Oh, when it spawned, it threw me. Okay, watch out when it spawns too. It also hurts you.
Oh.
Okay, stacky stack. Maybe if you're further away from the boss, that one ability doesn't hurt as much. That one that murdered Greg.
Possibly.
And don't forget to stay standing where you drop your thing so we can absorb the after effect. Carl says as he runs out of it.
I didn't think we.
Oh.
Wait,
I didn't know we were supposed to stay in that.
Yeah, we're so.
Okay, get ready to move over here.
So they all disappeared as soon as.
Yeah, you gotta stand in it because they explode still. So you have to absorb the hit.
If I like
okay,
stand over
put a
here.
shield on you. I'm just gonna heal the hell out of you, and hope Nick doesn't die.
Yeah, pop my defensive cooldown. Get the medal.
What?
I think it's the thing that just hurt us last time.
Oh god. Come on, put the thing down. The game is really trying its best to kill us. At least my mouse is. Alright, this is going to be a little harder though.
I got hit by one. Damn.
Middle?
No, the middle
Stand
is
in the
one
center
too.
of the blue thing.
Stand
If
over,
you just
stand in a
get
clear
out of
area.
it completely, it doesn't hurt you at all.
Or just get in a clear area, I'm not saying, but they shrink down, so.
Oh shit.
Uh-oh.
I can't go through this.
Well, goodbye, cruel world. I'm gonna die.
Oh my god, what the fuck, game?
I think at that point you just have to pick one of us. We both don't end up done.
Alright, are you gonna grab Carl for me?
I have to wait for my mana to come back. Okay, my mana's back. I rezzed you?
Oh.
What?
Oh shit.
I never got it.
Like,
That's not good.
well, I guess let me try it again. I have to slow cast it though.
I can do it again.
I got it. I got it that time.
die.
Middle.
Middle's opened up.
We did it. First try.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just cut out all the rest and they'll be like, we did it all one try.
Yeah, totally
We
one-shot
never
it.
died once. Wink, wink.
Boy.
Minions.
Minion.
Did a minion drop?
Mm-hmm.
There's minions. Okay.
Good. Well, I guess everyone's neat on that one.
And a minion.
And pants.
Carl wins it.
Okay. We're gonna go watch a cutscene. Thank you guys for helping.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See you later.
Yeah.
Remember, we put it off first try.
Yeah, I don't know what to do. That double
totally.
one, I guess somebody has to pop some kind of damage reduction thing.
So I don't have anything like that. So.
I did it on the first one with Rachel. I figured out, but I didn't realize we get double. Let's just save that for when we get double. And then maybe
Yeah.
Nick. Nick has some abilities. No, wait, or do you?
I do, and I used it earlier on because I didn't think it would do a double, so I'll.
Well, I'm gonna say, do you have individual ones, like kind of like the Pally does, that could reduce damage taken to a partner? Is that all tanks have that? Can't remember.
So all tanks I think have some variant. Like the Dark Knight one is reduces magic damage taken by self and nearby party members by 10%. So.
Yeah, you just have to be in the circle when that circle comes out, though. So if you're not stacked, that one doesn't do very good, because it's not like a whole area. It's in that circle.
Yeah, I just couldn't remember if because I know the Pally has like some you supersede on your party member and take less damage or some crap like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paladin has a lot of cover abilities that like allow them to link to party
Breaks
members
very
and
much in the
absorb
cutscene.
damage
Yeah,
for
yeah.
them.
I'm on the first bit, so I'm just waiting.
Oh, sorry. All right, we're gonna go then. Bye, guys.
Later.
Bye.
Bye.
And that is it for me too.
Wait, I'm going.
Okay, I'm here.
Talking about the cooldowns, and I got sidetracked.
I know, talking about tank stuff that I know nothing about. I'm leveling tanks.
I think to help with that, sadly. Alright. Children of man, the shade of my beloved is no more, and I shall be forever in your debt. By your deeds we are set free, and free we shall remain as long as I draw breath. Never again shall the dragons of Mericidia hearken to the lies of the Escians. This I vow.
Noble warriors, the dragons chose their friends well.
Okay. You can probably do auto now.
I guess.
Long
headdress.
have our peoples waged
Yeah.
war, but no more.
That's the Malta.
Your fallen lie beside our own. By our words and deeds shall we honor their sacrifice.
Yeah, we'd be proud to call you our allies. That's a good one. The LG sees us as friends with the super powerful dragons, and he's.
The enemy of our enemy
It's like trades? Friends? Wink, wink.
You have proven yourselves worthy of our trust. It is the Garleans who are deserving of our fury.
Like, you're friends with dragons.
I
we want
see
peace.
that my brethren
We want peace.
the
Be our friends
truth
now, please.
of this day, and rally as many as possible to the cause, till we meet again.
And thus did we make allies of the Amalja.
It would certainly seem that way. The Sultana will be pleased. Let's go and give her the good news, shall we?
Sometime earlier, inside the tower.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Oh.
Well.
Rose?
What in Ralga's name happened here?
It's like a living entity.
The gods only know.
Oh, squishy noises.
But you can bet these poor sods aren't here by choice.
Quickly! We've got to get them free!
I wouldn't do if I were you.
Get back!
Oh. Now you done it.
No! What have I done?
It's too late for them! We're leaving, now!
Oh, is this why they attacked? Did that mouth just open? Whatever that was closed before, is that now open? That's terrifying.
Oh.
No! No! Oh. Don't you dare!
That's
we came
different.
Together and we're leaving together.
You have a buckler. Use it. I'm sure they're fine.
Okay. So it wasn't just one of them, because that was Ifrit.
Yeah.
That we just saw there.
So anyway, Alphino.
Right. Yeah. Well, it would be too much to hope that we had seen the last of Fendanel. We have dealt his schemes a telling blow this day, and that alone is cause for celebration. And celebration I will, when we receive word of Ardenvald's safe return. Okay, I don't, yeah, I'm just, whatever. It doesn't really matter. Yay!
So,
I'm trying to remember, was that the end of this post, or?
I don't know. Are we continuing, or are we saving this for next time?
Okay, so there's one more, and then this ends, but we could save it for next time if you want.
It's up to you. 10 o'clock.
Because it's already 10:10, and in 12 hours you have a thing you have to go to, so I think it should be time for sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you everyone for being here. It was fun. We got to get some more posts done. So we just got one more thing, pretty much one more stream, but then all the posts will be done, and then who knows what we'll do.
One or two more streams. Who knows?
Just in time for all the Moogle stuff to happen. But yeah. Thank you everyone for watching.
Oh, looks like I just tried to hug you.
There's a chance. There's a chance. I don't know what I'll do Thursday, but there's a chance I might work on Valheim tomorrow. We'll see. I still have some building stuff to do. I don't know what else to do. I don't really have, unless I decide to do something else. We'll see. Yeah. Who knows? We'll find out what happens. At this point, I do not know. Either.
Not sure if I'll be streaming tomorrow morning. I might do some other things to prepare because I got a thing I'm doing tomorrow. I might need to prepare for that. I don't know. But anyway.
All right. Yeah, we're gonna get going. So thank you all for being here, and we'll see you guys next time. Bye.
Bye. Good night.
He posed. Nick's posed himself perfectly with us.
Oh, hold on. We'll go back. There we go.
Okay. All right. See you guys.
Later.